Kapa'akai analysis. Kapa'akai o Ka'aina is an association of Kalahui, Hawaii, and they, among other organizations and individuals, were petitioners in a case in the 90s that went into 2000 regarding traditional and customary practices. So the framework takes its name from that organization and from this particular case. Next slide. Kapa'akai o Ka'aina versus the Land Use Commission. Ka'upulehu, Kona, Hawaii. There was about 1,000 acres of Kamehameha School's Bishop Estate land, and it was leased to a developer called Ka'upulehu Development. They proposed what was called the Ka'upulehu Resort Expansion. You can see that area called out on the map here. The expansion itself was a resort expansion from the existing resorts there, included single-family homes, multifamily homes, other accommodations, golf course, club areas, and other amenities. So Ka'upulehu Development went before the Land Use Commission to request that these lands, this approximately 1,000 acres, be reclassified from the State Land Use District Conservation District to State Land Use Urban District, so that they would be able to bring about their proposed resort expansion. As a part of their requests to the Land Use Commission, this included an environmental impact statement. That impact statement was prepared by Ka'upulehu Developments, and it was accepted by the Land Use Commission. Next slide. Several Native organizations provided testimony at the Land Use Commission hearings, and they identified significant places and significant uses that were threatened by the proposed resort expansion. One of the sites is in the center. You can see the big orange area. That's a historic lava flow from 1800. Hanapa'akai was very common at the shoreline in that area, and also gathering for peles, tears, ha'ukeuke, and other things. The Native organizations and individuals participated in over 20 hearings at the Land Use Commission that took place from 1994 to 1996. And ultimately, the Land Use Commission did vote 6-2 to reclassify the lands from Conservation District to Urban District. This decision was challenged at the Third Circuit Court. The Third Circuit Court did uphold the decision of the Land Use Commission. It was then appealed to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court did not uphold the decision. Next slide. The Supreme Court's decision had three major findings. First, they did recognize that these organizations and individuals did have standing as Native tenants of the Ahupua'a to challenge threats to traditional and customary practices. Second, they found that the Land Use Commission's findings of fact and law were insufficient to prove that they had fulfilled their obligation to protect and preserve traditional and customary rights and uses. And thirdly, the commission was found to have improperly delegated their authority and obligation to a developer. From this decision, the Supreme Court also recognized that the Article 12, Section 7 was difficult to put into effect. And so they established what's called the Kapa'akai framework. Next slide. This framework, again, is a three-step analytical framework to effectuate Article 12, Section 7. Step number 1, identify the scope of all cultural, historic, and natural resources in the vicinity of the petition area, including the extent to which traditional and customary rights are practiced. Step 2, understand how those resources and Hawaiian uses will be affected or impaired by the petition, by the proposed development in the petition area. And step 3, what actions can be taken, if any, to protect those resources and rights. Next slide. A little bit about the legal framework. I mentioned Article 12, Section 7, which is in the Hawaii Constitution, but that is based on, firstly, kingdom law, the 1839 Bill of Rights, which was folded into the 1840 Constitution. 1850, the Act of the Mahele Aina also dealt with Hawaiian usage, as well as the 1850 Kuleana Act. The Hawaii Constitution, again, Article 7, Section 12, lives at the Constitution level, which is above the revised statute level. And the language in Article 12, Section 7 is very broad, but the findings and the interpretation has been defined through Supreme Court rulings over time. I already mentioned the findings of Kapa'akai Aina versus the Land Use Commission, which was to produce the framework itself. And later in 2007, there was a Supreme Court case based on a contested case for seaworm, of which the department actually participated. DHHL, along with OHA and other Native organizations and individuals, challenged the finding of seaworm regarding a water use permission water use permit application that was requested by Kukui Molokai Inc. And in that hearing, basically, one of the elements that came out of it was this idea of burden of proof. So it's not the burden of the Native tenants to prove that their traditional and customary rights are threatened. It's the burden of the commission or the agency or the entity to understand what those threats are. Next slide. How does this relate to Chapter 343 and environmental review? So I think the commissioners are familiar with environmental assessments, both draft and final. Chapter 343 lives at the state level in the Hawaii revised statutes. And that is a framework for putting into effect and ensuring the adequacy of environmental documents prepared for the Hawaii Environmental Policy Act. Part of that framework to fulfill Chapter 343 is reviewing potential cultural impacts. And because of that overlap, often Kapa'akai analysis is folded into environmental documents, such as environmental assessments and environmental impact statements, though the frameworks do live at different levels, and they are, in essence, to be reviewed independently. Because of that overlap, you see them often folded together, and it is acceptable to offer both the Kapa'akai framework and environmental documents that handle Chapter 343 in the same document, so long as both of them meet all of the requirements of each individual framework. Next slide. How does this impact DHHL and the Hawaiian Homes Commission? Firstly, the department is a state agency, and the commission is a state entity. And so that carries the same obligation to effectuate Article 12, Section 7, and to fulfill the Kapa'akai framework. The Hawaiian Homes Commission is also empowered to issue findings of no significant impact on environmental assessments. And so that's for projects that are proposed on Hawaiian homelands. And so it's important to keep a keen eye to the components of not just Chapter 343, but also fulfilling Kapa'akai framework. Next slide. How does the Kapa'akai framework benefit the department? As a Native organization and Native entity, this is an opportunity for the department staff, and the commissioners to be role models in the fulfillment of Kapa'akai framework. Not every state entity completes this framework with ease, and I think having a role model for how to fulfill the framework is always important. Kapa'akai analysis is about identifying existing organizations, individuals, and ongoing practices, traditional and customary practices, as well as all of the resources within a particular region, and figuring out how to protect and preserve those. Often, the kuleana of the department is to bring homesteaders and establish a homestead in those regions. And if we best understand all of the existing Native organizations and practices within the region, that sets us up for success to blend our homesteads in with the existing region and to provide connections to the existing communities and traditional practices. I also think it's a great opportunity to build relationships, not just with practitioners and with the communities, but to help our future homestead associations to blend in with the surrounding region and to best understand the place that they're living in. Because not all of our homesteaders will be homesteading in a region that they were born and raised and are most familiar with. And lastly, it's one way that we can set our homesteads up for success and have thriving homesteaders that are grounded in their place and grounded in the region where their homestead is established. Next slide. Mahalo.
Any questions? I wanted to, I'm glad that the charter school, Nui Kapono, is here. And this example that, as well as this program, the framework we're going through, as well as this presentation, really brings back a lot of memories for me as a student. When I was a student at the law school, along with Richard Hoke and Miliani Trask and Francis Kalahane. And so that was during the 78 Constitutional Convention. And so this particular provision was put together by law students, myself included, in which we created this rights of customary and traditional exercising of subsistent cultural and religious purposes by Native Hawaiians. And the point I want to make is that it was students that not only educated themselves, but got very, very active in the process within the system. And so it was the students that did the testimony, that drafted the language, became part of the Hawaiian Affairs Committee. We're working with Frenchie De Soto. And we got this passed along with 5 other things. We made Native Hawaiian language a state language. We mandated that the Department of Hawaiian Homelands become or have sufficient funds allocated. We mandated that the legislature would make those funds available. And, just a variety of things that, as well as created OHA. And so as students, there's tremendous power if you educate yourself and you become active in the community. Now, as a charter school, you guys are committed to perpetuating the Hawaiian culture and looking at ways to preserve. You talk about, activities or whatever. But I just wanted to point out that students are what made this a reality, the preservation of our culture as well as the Hawaiian language and so forth. So I encourage you as students to get involved, learn about your culture as well as the laws, and really you step up. But you got to show not only a passion and a commitment, so you got to study hard, but you got to also be, you have to know what you're talking about. There's opportunities out there for you as students to become engaged and become part of the process that will really perpetuate our culture, make us proud to be Hawaiians, and move. And you talk about projects that you guys would like to be involved in. The sky's the limit, besides changing the law, our constitution, whatever. There's small steps you guys can do, but don't underestimate your power because it's there. You should take advantage of it. And so, but you got to, kind of stay focused and identify things you want to do. And you do really have to educate yourself and be active collectively. So I just point that out because I viewed this as an opportunity to let you as students know that, what you guys are doing is exciting, but it's unlimited as to what you can accomplish. So do stay involved and continue to learn your language, your culture, but do other things that will really make an impact in our community. Okay, anything else?
Sure.
Commissioners?
Just comments and requests. Very great presentation, Lily and Andrew. Could we, I'd like to request a copy of the presentation. You know, one thing I wanted to share also is that from time to time, this commission has accepted and approved findings of no significant impacts, et cetera, et cetera. But I don't recall in the discussion that the Pa'akai framework is specifically, you know, oh, we did this or that. I think that would be helpful. Maybe that was shared, but
I do think we can make it more explicit in future submittals, Commissioner. I think that's an excellent suggestion for us to take back and incorporate into how we present information to the commission in the future.
yeah, because this to me was very informative, and unless you are actually involved in chapter 343 or Office of Planning Sustainable Development, you know, it kind of passes you. I mean, I myself have heard about the Ka'apai framework, but I never knew all the details until you shared that, and I really appreciate that. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Ma-
Let's see, we have public testimony, Blossom, Sarah.
Aloha, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, mahalo for the opportunity, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to make a comment on the presentation that actually caught me by surprise. So when they talk about the Ka'apai analysis framework and the consultation process that they use in the community, and then the comment that is those people that will be potentially homesteaders in that community, it's kind of in conflict with the process that the department uses for the deploying of homestead lot awards, because we use a wait list and we award by rank, order of rank, right, date of application, which may mean that there are Kanaka and homestead beneficiaries that may not come from that area. So I think that when we have these conversations in the community, we need to maybe broaden the scope of network in the discussion to include other homestead applicants from other areas so that they also understand the protocols and the quote unquote kanawai of that area when it comes to practitioner rights.
Okay, thank you, Blossom. We also have Sherry Cummings.
Chairman, can I ask personal privilege if I can just pass this out
Sure.
to you guys?
Relax.
Or just one second? Morning, Chairman and Commissioners. Before I go into my presentation, I just want to have the privilege to make a comment regarding Kanu Ikapono. And I would be remiss to say Kanu was founded on a dream of one Kanaka who had an idea, and she wanted to incorporate Olelo Hawaii and the principles and the way we guide our kamali'is to learn. She knew that there was a gap in the way of how our children would succeed in Kula, and she created Kanu. She was a part of us, the Anahola Hawaiian Homes Association. And it was us who lobbied you folks to give one hale for Kanu, where Kanu resides today at Pilani Maikikai. The AHA, Robin, myself, Kipukai, Auntie Lorraine Raposo was very instrumental of solidifying a land instrument, and we went in for the second ask to expand on Kanui Kapono today. And Chairman, you're correct when you talk about growing warriors to teach the laws that protect us as beneficiaries of the trust. And I say that because as part of the memorandum of understanding and agreement, we didn't let go. As the Anahola Hawaiian Homes Association, we held on to that school because we wanted to make certain that we could come into school and teach the Kamali'i about the role of Jonah Kuhio and what he played for us as Kanaka people. So what you did desire of the school, once upon a time, it did exist, and that was part of the conditions. And I'm so glad to see today the Kamali'i that stand on the walls, because one of the other asks was to make certain that the 96703 had the ability to be in that school. It was important for us that the Anahola residents and the beneficiaries and the children of beneficiaries would have that ability to be a part of that school. And today I see a lot of Kamali'i from there. So I just want to say mahalo for that. When the commission did approve for Kanu to have a place to solidify and grow their babies. So I just wanted to say aloha, Chairman Watson and the commissioners. My name is Sherry Cummings. I'm the president of the several years old nonprofit Malama Anahola. I did explain how we were founded in 2020, and that was because I had my heart couldn't handle the way the department was going to award lands to the beneficiaries, and they really was going to just leave the stumps in the ground with no water to support what they called Kuleana homesteading. So I took my concerns to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. At that time, I was working with Julie Cachola to see what we could do for the restoration of the water, some type of water to help us as we put our plants in the ground and say we're going to try to sustain ourselves as Ohana. I'm a Native Hawaiian controlled nonprofit governed by beneficiaries. We're all waitlisters, everybody except he was a fire chief, John Blaylock. He was a beneficiary, his daughter I took under my wing, but everybody is a beneficiary of the trust and they all are waitlisters. So that drives us more to work in concert with the department to help to put our Native people on the land. The mission of Malama Anahola is to improve the overall well-being of the Native Hawaiian community through economic and workforce development, focusing on resource management, research, workforce training, and project development on DHHL lands on the Mauka region of the Anahola Ahupua'a. As a first step, we would like to partner with the Department of Hawaiian Homelands and the beneficiary community to develop a Native-driven regional sustainability plan. We humbly request the department's consideration in issuing a land disposition to Malama Anahola to develop a regional sustainable hub, crucial in addressing food and housing and security issues within the Hawaiian community. Malama Anahola Sustainability Hub has a broader vision that supports building a farm, ag, and pastoral community. The broader vision restores water through the traditional auai and plantation ditches and manages the lands through traditional and current best management practices. The broader vision also includes the development of community facilities to support the development of fishing and farming cooperatives, vocational training, and small business development. We do desire this and support the beneficiaries' economic success. Malama Anahola proposes to implement a workforce training program to inventory and monitor Anahola resources in order to assess potential negative impacts on Anahola resources and to provide mitigation strategies and actions to address those impacts. The Mauka Anahola lands have been plagued with an overgrowth of albizia trees, which is an invasive species that has been documented to consume an excess amount of water. DHHL's decision allowing an energy company to harvest the albizia trees also allowed the company to leave the albizia stumps in place, which resulted in further spread of albizia. In addition, the lack of active resource managers since the plantation closed down has damaged Anahola's surface water resources. DHHL's recent Kuleana Homestead Settlement Plan proposing subsistence agriculture and pastoral uses for a portion of the Malka lands lacks a resource management plan that provides guidance for all Malka lands and that addresses immediate issues relating to the Albizia in order to ensure sustainability of the land and water resources. Malama Anahola will address immediate issues with Albizia growth and long-term issues to improve the overall management of the Malka lands and resources. Malama Anahola will inventory, document, and maintain the ancient and current surface water system, taro patches, place names, and historic sites. Maintenance activities will include clearing and cleaning waterways and roadways in order to restore the old irrigation system and ensure beneficiary access to Malka resources. Through our work on the land and the documentation of resources, we will be able to develop a culturally based natural resource management plan that would work in conjunction with DHHL's Kuleana Homestead Settlement Plan. Current efforts to clear the Albizia trees and invasive species that dominate the landscape have been concluded and regrowth is underway. Anahola residents are aware of the cleanup efforts in the Malka region and are eager to become a part of the solution. We set this as a perfect opportunity to heal and rebuild our community while supporting the possible expansion of a native economy. Overall feedback from the community about projects on the Malka lands in Anahola has been largely positive and supporting. Although we are a relatively new organization, our board members are experienced professionals and practitioners. Our board is comprised of prominent Native Hawaiians who are currently or have previously lived in Anahola Hawaiian Homes community. These individuals have years of experience in community planning, project development, sustainability, resource management, farming, fishing, and vocational trade. Specifically, Malama Anahola board members have professional capacity and institutional capacity in convening, supporting, and training the community in natural culture resource management. Malama Anahola board members have been actively monitoring and assessing the natural and cultural resources in the East Kauai watershed and coastline areas, collaborating with agencies at the county, state, and federal level, as well as with private foundations in the development and implementation of community projects, and utilizing existing social capital and existing relationships to help farmers across existing resources and to secure project funding. I've presented Malama Anahola's initiative and broader vision. I want to assure you of our connectivity to the beneficiary community, our capacity and professional expertise, and our desire to develop a mutually beneficial partnership with the department. While I understand that a long-term license may take longer to process, I want to emphasize that timing is critical. We need access to the Malka lands as soon as possible in order to stop further spread of the Albizia trees. And also it's important for funding that we have, identified, and I spoke of that yesterday. The longer we wait, the harder and the more costly it will be to manage. We look forward to addressing the opportunity to work with the staff to address the critical Anahola issues. And so I speak to this because COVID has taught us a good lesson and how we were not prepared as a community. And thank heavens for people like OHA and other entities that supported the beneficiaries who moved into action real quickly to support our Kaiaulu of Anahola and Kekaha. So that is one of Malama Anahola's projects that we're hoping to undertake with the blessing of the department. The quicker we can access those lands and secure the site, we have potential opportunities between federal and county funding to support the endeavors of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands in how we award the best possible award for our Hawaiian people. The second proposal that I brought forward to you folks is the 38 acres adjacent to the solar farm. And that 38 acres, I've worked with different people in the community, different associations and organizations, and we are complementing each other regarding the sports and cultural park. I will say for disclosure that the sports complex that is on the radar of the Department of Hawaiian Homelands during the time of the Anahola Hawaiian Homes Association, it was my idea. And there was reason behind that idea. The beneficiaries would be the Anahola community as well as the North Shore community and Kapa'a High School and Kanui Kapono Public Charter School. We are not competing with each other. We're complementing the greater need for these types of activities for our community. Joanne Yukimura said it best. We cannot just build home. We got to build one community. We got to give opportunities for our people to participate on many levels, not just live there, but create these opportunities for our children. I'm an advocate of sports. Soccer was big for me. My auntie Darling Fernandez brought soccer from Mission Viejo, California to Kauai. AYSO grew up as we grew up as children. Soccer was big for Anahola. I myself, Aggie Marty Kini, who is another beneficiary, and Christian Marston, the owner of Tahiti Nui, my brother-in-law, we created Hawaii Youth Soccer Association. So I really feel that we can rehabilitate families through sports opportunities. I'm big on that. We've identified funding sources. Didn't want to put the cart before the horse. I wanted to do it the proper way. We have the blessing of the community, different associations. We're working together to put this project together. So that's all I have for now. I just want to take a personal privilege also to introduce in the back of the room is Auntie Buchi, Linda Iwanmoto. She's Ka'awai. She used to work for the Department of Hawaiian Homelands. That's a kupuna that we rely on for expertise. We will be having, and we will formally invite you folks on the 21st of October. We're working with the West Side Associations, and we will be hosting our Ho'olaulea. And we realize that in order to build warriors to protect the trust, we have to go out sometimes to the communities. So Malama Anahola will be working in conjunction with the different associations on the West Side to speak about the trust, the water rights. We will bring in different leaders from the different islands to give opportunity for the West Side to see what the potential abilities would be for them. So Blossom Fatera will be coming from Maui. She sits on my board. Mike Hudson, probably Michelle Kauhane, and myself will represent Kauai regarding the good work of beneficiaries and how they can assist other beneficiaries. And lastly, I will bring up forward, if they feel compelled to speak, I have in the house who is actually helping support the sports complex. He's the second generation of a beneficiary, Paka Chandler. Is himself. I have a gentleman named Rico, a gentleman named Swiggy, and a gentleman named David and Mark, who has years of expertise and in various capacities in how to raise up children to become next level experts. And they're willing to invest in our Kanaka people. And I cannot speak more highly about them. And Kanoe lastly spoke about partnerships. And I'm glad to see there's this, the fractured Anahola being put back together, because, you know, you can feel the sentiment in the Kaiaulu, and everybody is having this one mindset. And she spoke of Hokualele, and I want to say mahalo again to the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, because I went to the department back in 2011. I'm an advocate. I've paddled all my life, canoe. And in 2011, there was 5 teenage suicides. I formed Namolokama, a spinoff of Hanalei Canoe Club, and we did long distance paddling in 2011 based on 5 teenage suicides in the Anahola community. This was all Hawaiian kids. And it broke me because I was afforded all the opportunities to live life nicely, but it was always away from Anahola. I lived in Anahola, but played in Hanalei. And so I asked the department for land on Aliomanu River. They gave it to me like that. And Hokualele was formed out of that. And so we've been doing some good stuff in Anahola, and I just want to leave it at that. And I look forward working with the department. I've worked with them for many months and a few years actually with Julie. And I have a good working relationship with the planning and the Department of Land and not Land and Natural Resources, but Land Development.
Yeah, hey guys, and appreciate your testimony. We got quite a few guys that are
Absolutely.
kind of wait, so we gotta kind of balance.
Yeah,
out.
yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
if you guys can maybe
Yeah,
take a
just
couple
very
minutes,
fast.
I'm okay with you guys being
Yeah,
up there, but
yeah.
take a couple minutes and then,
That's
and I also like to say hello to Linda Yomoto.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
go ahead.
How's it? My name is Baka Chandler. I'm a coach. I coach soccer, and our vision for this sports complex is to enrich the keiki, to give them opportunity to play sports, because a lot of kids don't get that opportunity. I see it as a coach, and just give the kids the opportunity. You know.
Thank you, everybody, for the opportunity for us to speak. I'm the president of Eastside Sports Club and also a head coach for soccer in Anahola. We don't really have an indoor sports facility for these kids to train and become better athletes and compete with other islands. Having an indoor facility will give them the opportunity to train 5 days a week, rain or shine, because there is a ton of athletic and talented kids on the east side in Anahola that don't have the opportunity to travel or train all the time. But if they had an indoor sporting facility, I would greatly appreciate them. And it would also offer Kauai an opportunity for scouts to come down. We could provide tournaments to give these kids the opportunity to show off their talents, and because they're very talented. So having the opportunity, having a sporting facility would give them a great opportunity to do that.
Okay, thank you. Did you wanna say one? You got a couple minutes, guys.
Good morning, how you doing?
Morning.
I'm Mark. I started a wee club a few years ago, soccer club, and it's impacted the community. We started off with a few teams, and now last season we had 170 children from Kauai playing soccer, boys and girls from U8 to U18. And you know, the importance of sport, not just soccer, but the importance of sport within the community is huge, whether it's Scotland or Kauai. And I think you know, the community building through it, with school programs like this that was here today, the sportsmanship, the fair play, the leadership, the confidence, the respect that these children grow and become and within their community and leaders within their community is so important, and it's huge. And you know, as Kyle just said, to bring Kauai as a soccer community, we're always a small island traveling. All these children have to travel to get somewhere. To bring it to Kauai, if you have the facilities like that, the fields like that, you're affecting thousands over the years. And we have some success stories here. People that have made the South Pacific team from Kauai, local guys from Anahola, guys that are now playing in Florida, playing in Spain, from Kauai. And that's only happened within the past 4 years with what the facilities we have. If we had amazing facilities like this, it would be a sports hub for the full island. It would be unbelievable. So that's all I'd like to say. I just want to build in the soccer.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sharon.
Any questions?
Yeah, this is just commentary, just mana'o. I know we gotta move on, but I just do wanna say, you know, when we're seeing more and more proposals such as sports complexes and other kinds of amenities, I always question first if this aina is suitable for providing homes.
Correct.
Because when I began as a commissioner 6 years ago, the list was 28,000. And now we're at 29,000. So, you know, I just learned last night a community wants to build a golf course. My first question is that suitable for homes? Because before we can grow athletes, we have to grow our keiki and provide them shelter.
Correct.
It begins there.
Correct.
So I'm not here to get into the details as to whether or not this is a good idea, But I just want to let you know, as a commissioner,
Yeah.
my priority is Aina for homes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I take that very seriously, Commissioner, because that's why we cited the land. Because we did our due diligence with land development and planning, and we've identified that land as land for light industrial, commercial, and special district. So that had nothing to do with homesteading, because I'm very for get that wait lister down. I've been an advocate since the 90s. And the priority is getting people off the wait list. And that land is not designated for homestead. So I just take notation to that, Mahalo.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay, the next person up on the agenda is Jeremy Makepa.
Hello, commissioners. I did put together a PowerPoint real quick this morning just to highlight some of the stuff we've been doing. Again, my name is Jeremy Makepa. I'm a fire captain for the Kauai Fire Department for the last 20 years. I'm also president of Aina Alliance. And as part of our DHHL grant that you guys provided us, approved, I'm reporting on the progress on that as well. So as we get this up, I'm gonna talk about that. So today I'm talking about the Makai Management Plan that was approved in the Anahola Regional Plan for 2022 last year. We are a big part of it. Again, this is me and my family, president of the Aina Alliance, KFD, 20-year fire captain. I'm an Anahola resident, homestead leasee, and I've been in coordination of multiple state, county, and private organizations for the protection of the Anahola community. As you can see what's happening in Lahaina. Our work has been, very well needed, and not only in Anahola, but in many other fine homeland areas. Next slide, please. You've seen all the headlines all over the news, all over social media, with the wildfires burning, the disaster. This is the worst nightmare for somebody like me in the fire department trying to prevent fires, to see something like this. And being in all the meetings, because I was the prevention captain for Kauai, seeing the drought, the climate change, and the total disregard for the environment by people. I saw Anahola as, something that could happen like this. So about 3 years ago, we started doing some cleanups in the area to try and stop this from happening. And it's really unfortunate that this has happened to Lahaina, and it really hits home for me to see that kind of stuff. So, Commissioner Owo, thank you for what you're doing for Maui and everything over there. I mean, we send our prayers. If I could be there right now, I would be. But we got our own stuff to take care of on Kauai to try and protect our communities here too in the fire department. So we're doing our best, and I encourage anybody in Hawaiian homes to look at your yard and clean them up. Look at your neighbor's yard and look at the guinea grass growing in there. Be it rubbish for throw them away, because the fire load that is in our neighborhoods, that is around our neighborhoods, this can happen to all of our Hawaiian home communities. So, think about that. It's unfortunate that this had to happen to somebody, but we come together a lot of times after disasters. After disasters, we look at what we should have done. We try to point blame at who should have done this and who should have done that. We're really good at defense and coming together after that. But we got to transition to playing some offense, yeah? I coach football. For the fire department, what we do is reactive. It's defensive. We react to what had happened and we try to stop them. And Aina Alliance was created as an agency that's going to be proactive. We're going to try to put together agencies, put together programs, organizations that have one mission to protect the Aina. Because if we do what is right for the Aina, then we do what is right for the people. Our ancestors left us clues in the way they'd manage land with water first. Living around water, establishing the water, making sure the watershed is protected so that the Aina doesn't get dried out like this. Lahaina used to be flourishing. It was green, but the water was mismanaged and everything had dried out. And we can see it all over the state. We can see it in Anahola with the decommissioning of these reservoirs that was storing all of our water to make our place green. It's all getting dried out. So as we go into this future of planning, I'd like you to just consider, is the Western urbanization ways where we just piling up people wherever we can fit them the way to go? Or do we need to look back into the past and look at how our ancestors would have managed this land? Surrounding water, establishing our lifestyle and our livelihood around water so that our island is lush and we get places to live. We see things like parks and other things that is, good, but if our kids gotta move away because they cannot afford to live here, what good is on park? We making parks for the people who can afford to live here. Like my own daughter is living in Texas because she cannot afford to live here. Plenty of the students, we're glad to see them over here because, they're the ones we doing this kind of stuff for. So, just consider, like, is our community safe, and think about what we're doing to make it safe. So anyway, next slide. So for us, we've had many successes doing this, especially in reducing fires, and across of that, the criminal activities got reduced because now they know that somebody cares about this land. We get probably close to 400 abandoned cars scattered around the area in the land that we taking care of. We had hippies living on our beaches, making camps, telling us we got to get off their land. And this is Hawaiian homelands, and then we got to put out fires all this time. But now, if you look at the Anahola community, we hardly get fires. And we're doing that through our Aina Alliance and the partnerships we've done. Next slide, please. We get community involvement. Plenty of the kids back there, I think most of them, I seen them, I work hand in hand picking up rubbish with these guys. So they know they've been helping me do all this stuff, and they see what we've been doing. They've been planting native trees back there. I think Kanoe brought probably 400 people back there on Community Day. Kahana and Kaipo got to see them doing their workshops, preserving the ocean. And we help them. We give them access to continue to do that more and more often. So that's what we're trying to do. Next slide. And we get one place where we can connect back to our culture, yeah, where Hawaiians can be Hawaiian. As land keeps getting taken away and bought up by the next billionaire, especially on the north shore of Kauai, where can we be Hawaiians, yeah? Where can we practice olelo? Where can we do our cultural connectivity? That's the kind of stuff that we get back to. Next slide, please. But the challenges we have is this stuff is expensive. We've been doing this with no budget. We do them out of our own pocket with machines that we rent, or we get friends with machines. We go out with our weed eaters. We buy our own gas. We patrol this place. 400 acres is pretty big. The amount of gas we got to use for drive around this place will make sure no more nonsense. It's significant. And the amount of rubbish that we haul out of this place is ridiculous. And we just do them because it's the right thing to do. Next slide, please. I would estimate we're saving DHHA over $300,000 a year. Just in the security alone, when we got one quote for do that, was about $200,000 because of the size of the area and the land that we gotta cover. And this is how we do them. We patrol around with little ATVs, picking up rubbish in one wagon like that, and making sure nobody doing nonsense. We manage the security. I myself spend probably 20 hours a week, either planning stuff out or cleaning up or just organizing these guys out there. The landscaping we gotta do for bring down all of the guinea grass and fuels around there. The amount of fuel that, my volunteers gotta go out and spend for do this stuff. We gotta pay for our own portable restrooms. No more nothing over there, no more water, no more bathrooms, no more electric. We haul out the trash ourselves. We bring in heavy equipment when gotta for move stuff around. We do all the maintenance. We pay our own insurance. And that's what I estimate we're saving you right now. So next slide, please. So in that, I'm glad, and I gotta say mahalo to the grant team that had seen what we did in the last couple of years and provided us a grant to at least reestablish the roads, the fire break roads that I was able to get the state and county to come and help us with to protect the neighborhood. So the grant committee we got the first check, I think last week or the week before, so that we can start putting gates and fencing and kind of make that roads open so that we can get our community back down to the beaches. Because every time when we try to open this up and let people in, we gotta either clean up one car or pick up one ice box or washing machine or bed mattress. We gotta pick them all up. So I just like thank all the community for being patient with us. You know, we doing what we can with what we get. And we like get you guys back to the beach. We like the kids on the beach. The other day when I was patrolling around, I think some of these guys might have been down there. They was down there fishing. And I asked them, oh, what, you guys catch anything? And they're like, no, not yet. But, you know, see that transform from one whole bunch of homeless sites with dumping in cars to, you know, the future of Anahola out there fishing safely without being threatened by, you know, mental illness and all that kind of drugs and stuff like that. That's why we do them. So during the regional plan update, we were a big part of that process. And we was designated as one leader in the Anahola Makai management plan. And I just like pushed to get that started because, you know, all of these EAs and stuff that gotta happen, you know, where was the EAs when these guys was dumping and desecrating our EV Kupuna sites, when they had dump cars on top and they was going bathroom on all of our KLs and all of that stuff? We never have environmental assessment, but now that I clean them up and then we like do something on them, then all of a sudden, you gotta do EAs on this thing. So, you know, we just trying to help you. So what I'm saying is like, help me help you, right? I try and forget all of these organizations to help us to do what everybody wanted in the regional projects for get done. So next slide, please. An update on what we working on from the grant, which is required by, from what I read. We had already built on check-in station. We using this for store a lot of our cleanup equipment. This was run by Kaipo and Land Management as one storage area. I know some people grumble about them, but it's a necessary means to do the work that we need. We gotta secure our stuff so that we can do the work that we gotta do. And even this thing got broken into before. But you know, as more people get involved, I like to use this place as a meeting spot so the community can come and plan out how they like use this land. I don't like any of this land, but I like make them open and accessible so that like Kanui Kapono, if they like do fundraisers, we're gonna get areas that is clean, prep, get access to them. You know, they get an area for do fundraisers and concerts. We like do that kind of stuff, but we gotta get security so that we don't gotta clean up one mess every time we open the gate. Next slide, please. So we got approved to start work. If you drive down Kukuihale Road, you're gonna see a lot of the clearing that we done. We tried for open access down to the beach. We making on a road that gets you directly down there. This is phase one. We clearing up all the rubbish that was there. We're reestablishing the ditch that was already there to manage the water. And we're gonna run one fence line so nobody gonna go up into areas that could be residential or whatever. We just like make sure people going down to the beach, and that's all they're doing. Next slide, please. Phase two gonna bring you across the beach, but we like stay out of any culturally significant areas. And from our consultation with some of the kupunas, everything behind the pine trees that used to be used for, you know, cane and stuff like that, whatever had over there kind of got bossed up. So just stay behind the pine trees. This area was already clean, already get roads back there. We're just gonna move the bushes out of the way and allow access to the beach through that area. And then phase three, this is the southern side of the area. This is all fire break roads that was already put in place, but it overgrow. We're gonna try for reestablish this again, cut down the bushes, make them wide enough so that if get one fire, our firefighters get chance for stop them, at least get one little break and they get access to put them out. And then down to the beach, get some little access roads that we're gonna try to clear so that you can go down and fish and stuff like that. But this is what we're working on. This is what your grant was approved for do. This is what we're trying to get done. Any help that the department can get for expedite any EAs or, you know, whatever we gotta do legally for get them done, we appreciate your help on that. Next slide. And this is why we do it. We want to preserve and protect this for the future generations. We get those guys sitting in the back. They need houses, they need good jobs, and they need places to go fish and dive. I mean, soccer is a great sport. My daughter grew up playing that her whole life. But my boys, they like fish, they like dive, they like ride motorbike. And if you ask these guys, it's probably the same thing they like do too. So, you know, not everybody gonna play regular sports. Some people just like connect to different stuff. So we gotta be open to all of that kind of activities wherever we go, and we try to put things as we can. But, you know, definitely housing is the priority, and whatever we can fit for, you know, preserve and protect our culture, we're gonna try to do that. Next slide. So Alliance, our mission is to convert these land liabilities into community assets. The request today, I came before the commission last year, same time, to get one Alamosan area designation, one general lease. The idea being that we like open this up so that we can allow other people like Kanuika Pono to do activities that can help them. It's not for us. We opening this up for other people. And any residential areas in here, we're gonna protect them. We're gonna keep them safe until you guys ready for put houses on them. We're gonna be the presence there that gonna help you. Once this thing is ready to go, you guys ready to use them. Next slide, please. So as an Alamosan area organization, we already on charitable 501c3, we're saving DHHL tons of money. We've proven our benefit to the community. You know, we fulfill the public needs, and then we want to open this up to potential programs for cultural, educational, environmental, and emergency planning, which is what we really need right now, as you can see across the state. And we just want to assist DHHL. That's all we like do. We like help you. We like be the planning liaison for this, so that all of this planning no go to waste. Planning times is all talking, no doing. Us is we all do, that's all we do is do stuff. I work for the fire department. You call 911. We coming right now. But you know, when we work with DHHL, I gotta learn patience. I gotta work a little bit slower, get things that gotta happen in the way. Yeah. So, you know, we being patient, we try for doing, but if get somebody like me, try for push that, then things can happen. Yeah. You know, we can do safety and security, we can look for grants, we can do all of this stuff to create economic opportunities for all of our beneficiaries. But as long as it's for do with keeping the INA safe, yeah. Because if we do what is right for the INA, we do what is right for our people. Next slide, please. We've been looking at long-term grants, but we cannot really go after them without one solid long-term land disposition. Yeah, we only get right of entry. So we can look at all of this kind of stuff. We can go to all of these people, but we cannot secure them without one long-term disposition. You know, inside our Kauai Community Wildfire Protection Plan, Anahola was identified as a perfect place for do controlled grazing, for use animals, for keep the grass down, low impact. We can partner with them, but get high fencing costs, so we can use these kind of grants to keep our community safe. We got to look at financial sustainability. We cannot just keep paying out of our own pockets for do all this kind of stuff. We need partner programs that can come in and put stuff in this area to make this happen. You know, we're just looking for partners who like do stuff, educational studies, low impact activities, you know, adopt a bay, camping and permitting, however that gotta work to make this place safe. That is what we're about. So if you're thinking about why you should let us do this, we care about the future. We already Anahola residents, DHHL beneficiaries. We've been doing the management. I get expertise in that kind of stuff, emergency management and planning. We've already done the partnership. You get the proof, you see them, you can drive through there right now, you can see what we did already. And we just like help you. So again, our mission is to convert land liability to community assets. We just like you help us build the future. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions?
Yeah, I just have a couple comments. First of all, McKepa, I remember when we first started this because, you know, we kept asking the department, what do we do? What do we do? And I think I sort of stuck my neck out and said, we're gonna do it. And that's how we got started.
Yep.
You put a lot of work, a lot of time, got a lot of the community to get involved, and I like to see this continue. You know, your leadership and, you know, we had a discussion the other day. We need to prove the community what we're doing. We need to get that beach area open so we can get them out there and get back to the beaches that, you know, our kapunas can't get to.
Yeah.
Had too many drugs, too many illegal problems in there. I understand that we're working on Mackay plan. I think we need to expedite that plan so we can continue with the good work that your organization is doing. So thank you very much.
Commissioner,
Just a quick comments. Want to mahalo you, brother, for all your effort and your passion for your beneficiaries. And I know you have a long-term goal where you want to get and intermediary goals to reach that goal. But just want to say thank you, brother. And you know, I live in the Waimea area. We had that bad fire back in 2020. I actually had a chance to go look at the Pukapu farm lots, which are kind of where I think started by Parker Ranch, and a lot of things you mentioned are issues we have up there. So I actually started talking to staff prior, you know, to today, and we gotta do some planning, working with their community as well too. But I just want to say thank you, brother, for all you're doing.
Commissioner Wolf. Yeah, so Jeremy, mahalo. We always appreciate what you bring to our table and the updates. So I'm trying to get grounded in where you are currently at, because it's my understanding, if I got this right, you're looking for a general license eventually. Is that what you're trying to achieve?
Well, first of all, we like get the eleemosynary designation completed and confirmed.
Okay.
And then whatever areas you guys need management for, we like help you with that.
Okay, so the agreement that you are working on, that's a work in progress, right?
I'm gonna be working directly with land management and planning to see how we can fit this in. We just like your support on, or any concerns that you have with that. Definitely, we get residential areas in there, and we're not gonna be putting anything that gonna stop the residential properties from happening. But we like have one presence there so that we can keep that area safe and protected, so it's not getting dumped on.
Okay, so I guess for me, and so I don't want to take up too much more of your time, but that, for me, that question is important. So I would like to know from the department, and we can follow up on that, where you're at in the development of that agreement, because it sounds like that's a pivotal piece to going to the end product, which is eventually a general license. Is that what you're trying to do, or no?
Yeah, we like get one long-term, because get areas that there's no development plans
Yeah.
for it. If we can use those areas to do things like benefit concerts,
Mhm.
field studies for college classes, other things besides just stewardship, which our agreement is to do right now. You know what I mean? That way, the eleemosynary agreement gonna allow us to sublease to other organizations so that
Okay.
they can do stuff on it.
Okay, who is your point of contact in the department?
I've been talking to Nancy and Kaipo so far.
Okay, so I'm curious, we can follow up with the department to see where you're at in the eleemosynary agreement. I always have trouble with that,
Yeah, me
sorry.
too. I had to practice saying that plenty times.
I should, the next meeting I'm going to practice before I try to utter those words, so. Okay, so thank you, we'll go follow up with the department, okay? Aloha, mahalo. Yeah, why don't we get a update? Nancy, why don't you come up and say what the status, or Andrew, one of you guys. Or Kahana. Okay. Oh, Linda, you want to? Hello, Linda. How are you?
Aloha Kali, good to see you again, and to our commissioners. My name is Linda Kawai Iwamoto. I'm a former employee of Hawaiian Homelands in Honolulu. and I was working for 32 years. And I'm so honored to say that I help my people, our people. The reason I'm here, I never met Jeremy Makepa. He's never met me, but I know all about you. I know you because of the fire chiefs. I am a fire commissioner. I've been a fire commissioner for 6 years, and then you had to leave for a year, and then they didn't have anyone to fill up, so they asked me. So I'm at the end of my 6 years, so I'm going ahuiho in December. I wanted to just express how the former fire chief, Goebel, and the current fire chief, Mike Gibson, how they just praised Makepa because of what he is doing for the people of Anahola. And then also, as he said, removing the fire, the cars, the ice box and all the ukana that people leave behind. So he has, and I'm so proud to know that a fire department personnel is going beyond his duty as a fireman, and that he is cleaning up Anahola. And I was introduced into Hawaiian homelands in Anahola when I was a junior in high school, when we moved to Anahola with my parents. So even though it was only a year and a half, I stayed on Hawaiian homelands because after I graduated, Kauai didn't have the schooling that I wanted from here. So I had to go to Oahu, which was to be a circuit court secretary. So I did, I went, graduated, but that wasn't what I wanted. But my heart was still with our people. So I am so honored to have been a part of Hawaiian Homelands, Kali, and commissioners, and then so proud of this gentleman because he is almost every month on the chief's report that the fire department honors this man. So I just wanted to give him accolades from all of us at the fire department, the fire commission. So thank you so much, Makepa. Mahalo,
you,
commissioners.
Okay, thank you. Then I just wanted to have the staff give a quick update on the current situation on this request.
Commissioners, just a couple points of clarification. I think when the word eleemosynary came up, the department is authorized to give out a general lease directly to eleemosynary organizations under HRS 171. I think the discussion between Jeremy's organization, INA Alliance, and the department, we just need to figure out whether or not we need to general lease a parcel to him or a licensed disposition is more appropriate. Secondly, with regards to due diligence, I know that's been an issue not just for INA Alliance, but other organizations. We are required as a state agency to complete certain reviews prior to letting organizations implement their activities. One of those reviews is compliance with HRS Chapter 343. I think knowing what their long-term activities are, staff will go back and look at whether or not we can look at our environmental assessment exemption list and see if those activities are consistent with activities that can be exempted from the preparation of an environmental assessment. That's where we are right now in terms of going through due diligence. I do hear their concern about not being able to go after other funding without a long-term disposition. It's a similar concern that has been raised by other organizations, not just on Kauai, but on other islands. I do think that in addition to addressing these concerns from specific organizations, that the department can take the time to look at its process on how to support these types of efforts and activities that we want to see on Hawaiian homelands that help the department, that help our beneficiaries, but we need to, I think now is in a good time to relook at our internal process to make sure that while we might not act as fast as the fire department, we can do better and act a little bit more quickly. So good folks like Jeremy get not as frustrated with the department. So.
And just to add to Andrew's comments and remarks, generally, I mean, not generally, but Jeremy guys does have, Aina Alliance does have a right of entry to conduct those studies. And the right of entry to conduct those studies was for a 3-year term. So I think they're in their 2nd year term. And as Andrew had mentioned, we try to work hand in hand with him in trying to get that process a little bit more faster in approving those exemptions.
We did make a grant to them. Is that part of that recent grant?
During the fiscal year 2023, last fiscal year, the commission, as part and through the DHL grants program, the commission did approve a grant to Aina Alliance to help with their cleanup, and staff worked with Aina Alliance to execute the grant contract. And as Jeremy said, we did issue the first installment of the grant to them to help them get along. So
What was the total grant amount? Do you know?
I don't recall the total grant amount off the top of my head, but I can get back to the commission on that amount.
How much was it? 331. Okay. Any questions, Commissioner?
Just to add real quick, I had a real, Kaipo and I, in visiting, on one occasion where Jeremy was up in Anahola on the beach side, we got to experience an actual fire, on the side. It almost got sprayed from the helicopter water that was being dumped. So, real, good experience for us to see firsthand.
So I do have a question. Eleemosynary, I'm only asking the question so I can repeat the word again. But help me understand what that is and why would a community utilize that process to their benefit? What does that mean for that community?
Mahalo for the question, Commissioner. I should have tried to define what eleemosynary means. And I guess council can correct me if I'm wrong, but it's a term that is used on in HRS 17158. Eleemosynary means nonprofit use. So the state is authorized to issue a direct general lease to entities for nonprofit purposes. I believe Aina Alliance, and Jeremy, correct me if I'm wrong, has established a 501c3 for a nonprofit purpose. So they would qualify to go for the department to have a direct negotiation with them on a general lease. For general leases, for commercial purposes, the department and other state agencies are required to go through a competitive process in order to issue a general lease. So to your question about why a homestead would want to go through the eleemosynary purpose, it allows the department to directly negotiate with that entity rather than have them go through a competitive process through other ways in 171.
Okay, so thank you. That's really helpful. So where is this community at in this process to finalize an agreement?
As Kahana had mentioned, the commission did approve a right of entry to Aina Alliance to allow them to not only do due diligence, but also to go on and take care of and steward the land, take out the cars, clean up the place. We will work with them on their due diligence requirements. And the current process is that we require through the due diligence a master plan, compliance with chapter 343. I think Jeremy was alluding to the Makai management plan. So that is what we're going to use as the master plan to evaluate their intended uses in the future. Compliance with chapter 343. Compliance with chapter 343 can take the form of three things. One is the completion of an environmental impact statement. The second is an environmental assessment. And the third, chapter 343 does allow us to look at activities that will probably have minimal impact and exempt them from the preparation of an environmental assessment. That is where we're at currently right now. And the other forms of due diligence that we typically require entities are compliance with HRS 6E, which is the State Historic Preservation Law. Just getting concurrence from SHPT that the proposed activities will not harm historic resources. And those are typically the requirements that we require doing due diligence because we are a state agency and we have to comply with those statutes.
Okay, so long ways to go, basically, right?
So, and in addition, and again, point of clarification, it's a general lease, not general license. In addition to that, when the studies are done and we can confirm that they've met those requirements, we'll consider whether a general lease is appropriate or a license, a long-term license would be appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, gentlemen. The next person up, Donald Fujimoto and Brian.
Sure. I just asked
Yeah.
for privilege to speak in regards to this situation, if I could.
Uh,
Probably just-
2 minutes,
Yeah.
but we got a lot of people.
Yes,
It's fine.
and only because of this, yeah, they're doing amazing work. I love what they're doing. But in the interim, what's happening is all the Opala is going on the upside, Malka side. So I just want the commissioners to know, as well as land management, because I did tell them, what we gotta worry about is
Both
all
sides.
of those cars that is on the Malka side, because they're parking it right by that water source, the water tank.
Okay.
And so I just want to talk about maybe a Malka plan as well as the Makai side plan. Mahalo.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Donald Fujimoto and Brian.
Aloha, Chairman Watson and members of the commission. Thank you for allowing us to provide testimony. So the project, my name is Donald Fujimoto. I'm the project manager for the Aliamana Road repair project. This road is about 1 mile from Uyo Highway on Aliamana Road. I believe some of you have been aware of this project. This project is over 15 years old. 15 years ago, I was actually young. But anyway, we're finally starting to, we put it out for bid and we're ready to actually go into construction. Again, because of the length of the project, we have actually requested for 4 emergency repairs. And thanks to DHHL, we have gotten the sand for the sandbag repair, emergency sandbag repairs from Anaholo River mouth. The project that we're about to undertake is a permanent repair of Aliamana Road. It's gonna restore or protect about 450 linear feet of coastline. The sand, again, is required for the BMP, the sandbags, so that we can construct this without any environmental damages to the area. Some history is that I see a symbiotic relationship. The state allows the removal of the sand from river mouths to mitigate flooding. And the surplus sand would be ideal to be used for this project. It's actually located about 1/4 mile north of the river mouth. And this sand actually migrates back towards the river mouth. So it's like keeping the resources in the same general area. Again, the project is ready to start. And again, we're here to ask for DHHL's permission for the sand to be utilized for this project, the surplus sand. Any questions?
Hello, Chairman and Commissioners. Like Donald said, mahalo for allowing us to present a request to maintain and reopen the Anahola River mouth to Anahola Bay. This effort will provide flood mitigation, and as the rainy season comes upon us this fall and this winter, and it will also provide needed sand for both the erosion control protection of the river for the Hawaiian Road project, and also for the beach renourishment at that same location. So.
Yeah, I'd just like to clarify, one of the reasons it's taking so long is that we wanted to make sure that this project is done right. And the environmental assessment really took a long time. We actually completed it in 2015. We're ready to start, and then the local SMA rules change, requiring us to do a alternatives analysis. So I think some of you know that we did look at several alternatives, which actually included having an access through DHHL lands rather than the repair. I think that it was real clear that the preferred alternative was the repair, which is what we're trying to undertake right now.
Thank you, Donald. I don't know that we have much any more to add to that. I think it is most fitting for the sand for this project to come from the adjacent river mouth. I mean, sand in Anahola Bay stays in Anahola Bay. We don't have to import from another source. It's the most ideal situation. I don't have anything further to add. Do you have any questions?
Any questions?
Yeah, no, I don't have any problem with relocating the sand, because that's gonna take care of our flood problems coming down the river. So I think that's really important to allow that sand be removed to use for the berm area. So I don't have any problem with that. I think that's beneficial to our flood control on all the rivers flow. That's all I have.
Any other question?
In the past, for the 4 emergency repairs that we have done, DHHL has actually issued a right of entry for that purpose, and we're hoping that since that instrument is already there, that it would be pretty quick to provide the access.
Well, it's been a long effort, so we appreciate your perseverance and the needed thing to kind of prevent the erosion. And I guess you guys are gonna add the second lane to that particular roadway that is being threatened. Not add, but
the initial proposal was to replace the existing road, which was 2 lanes. Again, the alternative analysis did look at the 1 lane, and DLNR actually their approval is actually based on just putting back one lane.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Appreciate it. Wow. Hey, Irene. Oh, Abraham. Okay, the next testifier, Abraham Makanui.
Aloha, everybody, Commission.
Hello.
My name is Abraham Makanui. I'm the son-in-law of Linda Kawai Iwamoto. I've been blessed to be part of their family, and the reason we're here is it's about our RP. Up on Anahola, Hokolele lots, you guys have 5 or 6 RPs that have finally been awarded water, or the ability to use water from the water tanks. And from the onset of our acquirement of the RP, we had goals and lofty ones to put up an orchard and vegetable gardens and partial ag for grazing for cattle in part of the thing. And then the RP was cut in half to 6 acres. And so we took the 6 acres. We've had it for 13 years. And for 13 years, me, my family, and my friends, and we have gave blood, sweat, and tears and exhausted exuberant amount of money to clear the land, to try and make use of the land. But without water, we keep getting stifled year after year after year. Whatever we plant dies. And then the overgrowth, the guinea grass, the albizia trees that we just can't deal with without having a general lease and the rules and regulations that are wrapped around the RP. So now, in light that this RP has been awarded the ability to have water, brings the next subject up, which is very important, and it's very high on my priority list for my mother-in-law. My mother-in-law is currently 70+ years old. She's been on the Hawaiian Homes agricultural waiting list since 1982. That's 41 years, people, waiting for a piece of land to work. And I have this RP, and she was given the RP through you guys for us to try and do something and to try and to get sustainability and to help our community, not only in providing them work, a place to come and enjoy up on that terrace, to plant and get more back into the land and provide jobs, you know, for the community, for our immediate community, because it takes a lot to do a lot. And we have the ability to do it, but we cannot do it without water. And every time I go to Hawaiian Homes to get water, and you can ask Kali, it's been like playing Baccarat. Oh, you got to go to the Kauai office. Oh, Kauai office, you got to go to the county. Oh, the county, you got to go back to Kauai office. Oh, Kauai office, you got to go back to Kali. I'm frustrated. We are frustrated. We want to do things. We want to make the most and become an example. One of the brightest examples to Hawaiian Homes of what you can do with an agricultural lease, what you can do with a lot. You know, we have the resources, we have the willpower, I have the friends, our communities. We all work together. Mr. Makepa, I've countless times have gone over there with my trailer and equipment and my brothers to help and guide, you know, at our own costs to keep things rolling. And so we're at a point where we're asking now. My mother-in-law is 70+ years old. She's 22 on the list currently. She's been on the list for 41 years. We'd like to convert that into a lease and be able to realize our dream and become a model for the state on how an agricultural lease is supposed to be used to benefit not only the family, but the community around it. So this is why we're here. This is why I'm here. I'm here to beg Hawaiian Homes to have some kind of heart. You know, we've been told, oh, you guys can go and try and apply for a land up above where there's no water, no access, and no utilities. What does that do for us? Where does that put us again? You know, the testimony all today was about having water, having the abilities and the resources to live like we are supposed to on the land as Kanaka. So this is why I'm here today, to ask you guys in consideration to really look at the RP that we have and possibility of it being awarded to my mother-in-law after her 41 years plus on the list for an agricultural lease. Talk to Kali. He can give you the proof of my efforts and my honest abilities and my sincerity and nothing but truthfulness to get the goals that we want as our family and to help our community. I'm a private builder. I build homes. I built 7 of the homes in Honolulu from the first habitat community in our neighborhood. Since then, I've been compounded with work day and night. I work at United Airlines at night and I work during the day. So my time is stifled, but whatever time I do have, I use it very well in helping others and our family. So please take in consideration our RP that we have currently under Linda's name and her ability to utilize the land for our family and going forward. That's our sole request.
Abraham,
Yes.
I hear what you're saying, but, and I appreciate that you guys have taken the advantage of the, I guess, the RP, a revocable permit, which understandably, in receiving it, in the purpose was kind of as almost like a caretaker of the land keep the grass down or whatever, and I guess you guys went far beyond that. And I'm assuming there's water now available to the site?
Yes, the subdivision has upgraded. They've replaced
Okay.
the tank and provided a meter or the ability to put a meter
Right.
up in front.
So I think at this point, we will probably be converting that and issuing leases. But as you know, and as Linda knows, we gotta go by the list.
Yeah.
Now, and there's the risk that she might not be next in line for that particular lot.
This is understood.
There's gonna be a lot of other lots that are gonna be made available for that on whole area. And we're excited about that because we're talking many, many lots. So, as long as you know that, you know, we gotta go by the list.
Yeah,
and,
I understand, sir, but then
okay.
the only reason is that we have, for 13 years, put blood, sweat and tears and have a huge vested interest in our community and,
Right.
and that lot.
And
And
I hope you guys do get that particular, parcel, and when it comes up, and hopefully, next parcel up, and he's stepping up and, gets the award. But, rest assured that we will move the process along so that she will have that opportunity.
yeah,
But
like I
we
said,
can't guarantee she'll get it.
I just appreciate the time to be able to come and let you guys know that I do not want to see my mother-in-law become a statistic. That would be a great travesty.
Yeah.
As you guys know, she's given her lifetime to Hawaiian Homes and her community, and it's time to give back. Well, it's time for a community to be able to come together and all of us working together. We all are connected at the hip. There isn't no one in this room that we're not connected to, and we don't work with each other in every effort and facet in this room. And that you guys have been heard testimony to. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, the next, person up, Irene Plunkett.
Oh, I wasn't quite ready. Aloha.
Oh, you doing that? Thank you.
Aloha, Chairman Watson, and commissioners. Aloha, my name is Irene Plunkett, Mina. I'm traveled today from Maui, taking time away from my family farm. With me are the most important people in my life, my family. They're with me today. I could have done this testimony in Zoom in the comfort of my home, but I felt like this is more important to be here in person in front of you all. I trust this information I bring in front of you today gives pause to your sensibilities in providing me with the result I'm seeking in support of my ohana. As you know, I do have a folder with my information, and this is our greens that we grow. Today I'm here in asking to rescind my lease that I signed on May 11th, 2023, Exhibit 1, and get back to my original rank number wait list for the Pu'unani residential homesteads in Waikupu. Here are the facts that I have gotten here today. Exhibits 2 and 3, you can see that I was awarded back in 1986. On January 17th, 1986, that's where my application was submitted, and I got the work that I was on the list. Fast forward, I applied for both agriculture and residential, whichever was to be awarded first. At that time, I was 24 years old, and our son Kikai was not quite 2 years old. Fast forward to 1994, I am 32 years old now. With our second child, our beautiful daughter, Kahanulani, was born. It would have been a perfect time for my family and I to be awarded an agriculture lease, since this was the year we started our farm. Yet there was still no DHHL home to call our own. We then had to get a USDA FSA farm loan of $400,000 and a 40-year loan term to purchase our existing land that we farm on today. Prince Jonah Kuhil was rolling in his grave. During my pregnancy with our daughter, I had this unusual craving for sunflower greens. It just overtook me, and I found myself purchasing all that was in the storage shelves and came home annoyed because the farmer didn't replenish these miracle greens. So my husband Vincent said, well, I can grow them since I love them so much. And since our farm, Kahanu Aina Greens, was born, Breath of the Land. The lot we live on currently is 9,500 feet. It's zoned as a truck farm. It has cleared the way for us to raise a family and make a living at farming. We make a six-figure income on our 2,500 square feet farm. All of our greens are grown in a plant-based compost that has been recycled from all the harvest flats over the years. In that time, we've estimated that we have produced over 500,000 pounds, I'm sorry, 500,000 pounds of greens of production on this land, the size of a postage stamp. On June 4th, 2006, those who were part of the Waiahuli Undivided Interest residential offerings were called to gather and hear updated information. I also paid my $99 fee. 12 years later, on June 17th, 2017, we were called to the Pukalani Elementary School for lot selection for the Waiahuli Undivided Interest residential offering. My sister and I were there. She was 17th and I was 8th in line, and we were called to select our lots. I chose lot number 45. There's 45 lots at that time. I selected 96B Pahilikoa. On Exhibit 4, May 20th, 2019, our son, Noah Kikaimina, 35 years old, was an instrumental part of our farm operation, tragically passed away. Being that he was a humble yet strong Kanaka farmer who loved the farm and his family, in his passing has been a very difficult reality for us to live with. I know he is with me today in spirit, support of my being here, and share my mana'o with all of you folks. As a young farming family, we first saw firsthand of our success in the importance of what locally produced food had on our community. As leaders, we stepped up in 2010 to develop a Hawaii chapter of the National Farmers Union in support of our local farmers making a living at agriculture. My husband was also appointed by the governor to serve as on the State Board of Agriculture. I served in leadership on 5 agriculture boards, but after our son passed away, I stepped down from all of them. Currently, I am the president of the Waiahuli Keokea Undivided Lisi Association. March 15, 2020, COVID mandatory shutdown statewide and throughout the mainland. As you're aware, many people were out of work, losing their jobs. Our family farm was considered an essential business since we grew food. We were busy as ever at our ability to produce food and deliver to our community. From 2017 until today, with all that my family has gone through, I was still in communication with Kyla Boton and Paula Isla and others. Kahanu Noah of Nakoa Development was also retained for his service to build our home. About a month before I was going on a trip with my husband, which would be around June 11th, 2023, I called Paula to let her know that I would have to decline my lot in Waiahuli. Paula told me to wait and see what she could do, as she knew that I'd been working with them for all those years. It was about 2 weeks before I was leaving, and I did not hear back from Paula, so I called and left messages as I would be leaving for my international trip on May 14th for 2 months. About a week and a half before leaving, I heard back from Paula stating that they can give me a lease and that they were prepare my documents. How can I get a lease if Paula Bolton's email, Exhibit 5, stated on April 25th, 2022 states, per Hawaiian Homes Lands vacant lot process, the lease is awarded after the building permit, submission of the performance bond, and closing of the loan. I have none of that. My building permit still sits in the county planning permit process. I do not even have a water meter on the land because of low water pressure, which I had to find out on my own. That process took me 3 months to find out. Even my builder could not get a clear message. I was not aware of this problem when I had my lot selection. Another issue raised was after my building plans were submitted, I had to redo them because based on where my lot is located, Exhibit 6, the winds that blew through that area onto my building structure was rated for 110 miles per hour. The county wanted it to be rated for 135 miles per hour. My architect, George Rixey, had to redo my plans for that specific change. Then I had to go to the draftsperson, Ariel Gibb, which he then submitted to Honolulu. I had to make another 5 copies, which was another added expense, have them re-stamped by my architect, pick up my copies, take them to the Maui Planning Permitting Office, change the old work out, insert the new one. nobody told me that the winds that came through there was rated at 135 miles per hour. This whole permitting application has cost me about $20,000. No one at DHHL could tell me the minimum house size when I was supposed to build when I started. I later found out that, after I submitted, it was 750 square feet and a carport. No one could tell me about the options of Pu'unani offerings or give me a date. And I understand that they couldn't provide me a specific date and time, considering this is DHHL. I even went to my local office to talk to Tony about the Pu'unani ground, about Pu'unani opening. I found out that the Pu'unani groundbreaking ceremony while I was traveling international. Paula Isla is doing her best, and everyone is doing their best at. I'm not pointing fingers at anybody. I just want to be able to put my children in a home, and that, after waiting for almost 37 years, that I get what I want. I also, I couldn't wait I could have done it on Maui back in October, but that would have taken me 3 months. And I think, time is of the essence because of the Pu'unani lot offerings. So I'm sorry. I want to be able to be in the Waikapu Pu'unani Homestead subdivision because of our family farm is only 5 minutes away. Today, I'm 61 years old, and my husband Vincent will be 70 in November. We are not retired. We are hardworking individuals who love what we do and producing food for the community. Some food for thought. If I had been awarded a 2-acre agricultural lot back in the day, that would be 87,100 square feet, excluding 1,000 square feet home. I could fit 24, actually, excuse that. I could fit 34 of my current 2,500 square feet farm on that lot. Multiply 34 by 6-figure annual income, and that would amount to approximately $4 million a year within our local economy. I'm going to skip over the acts. I'm sure you guys know that Prince Jonah Kuhil wanted each and every one to he wanted to provide a place that we can all live and farm and ranch and engage in our cultural activities. In closing, did you know that Prince Jonah Kuhil Kalani'anaʻoli attended Royal Agricultural College in England? The college was not started by the government, but by citizens and farmers who loved the land. In conclusion, I humbly ask that you rescind my lease and return me to my original ranking on the Maui residential waiting list. This will ensure that my ohana and future generations can live the dream, prayers, and wishes that Prince Jonah Kuhil Kalani'anaʻoli so passionately sacrificed his life in leaving a legacy for. I needed to be a voice today for my only living child and my granddaughter, and as their ohana grows, so that they too are not priced out of paradise. Thank you.
Hey, let's see. Irene, I guess you already have a ag lot that you're working and it's very productive.
I
So
have our farm, a house in Wailuku.
right. But you don't have a residential on that ag lot.
It's not an ag lot, it's residential
Okay.
in Wailuku.
Well, but you also have an ag lot, also the one you want to be closer to.
I don't have an ag lot.
You don't have a. Oh.
I only signed for the residential.
Oh, and why?
I'm still waiting for the ag lot.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not awarded an ag lot.
Okay. So you
Chairman.
just want to switch. You want to rescind one and then
Yes,
get closer. And you want a Punani award based on your.
yes, because I'm still farming. I'm still farming now that my son passed away. We are actively farming right now.
Yeah, where are you farming, on Hawaiian homelands or?
No, in Wailuku, Ka'ohu Street.
It's a
My
urban,
husband-
it's an urban farm that's zoned
Oh,
for truck
okay.
farm.
Oh,
Yeah. that's-
I get it. I see.
No, we have a regular non-Hawaiian homeland, sir.
I get it.
Yeah.
And then this effort that you went through, you mentioned you spent about 20,000 to reprocess when you found out I guess the the structure wasn't sufficient to withstand the wind
Yes.
force. And then also, I guess you weren't aware of the size requirements for your house?
At the beginning, I did
Yeah.
because I just wanted to put the minimum, but at that time, nobody could tell me what it was. Anyway, so it got smaller than I wanted, be able to put both of us, all of us on it, that lot, but then it just got bigger and bigger.
I guess a question, I mean, we do have the ability to rescind awards if there's a sufficient basis for it.
Mhm.
And then I guess maybe I'll defer to our Deputy AG or as to what you've just described, whether that be sufficient, and maybe it's a legal question to come under that exception that prevents you from getting re-awarded another lease. And the approach you're suggesting, which is a rescission, seems to make the most sense. But I don't know if we need to go into executive session over this or.
I also submitted a
Yeah, I saw it.
7. Okay.
Right.
On some things about leases getting rescinded and the actions that was taken. So that's on Exhibit 7. That came out of your office.
If I could. Irene, aloha,
Aloha.
welcome. Vince, welcome. Mina Ohana, welcome. I appreciate what's required to be here. So I recognize this issue is very important to you and your Ohana. I do want to say, J agenda is to receive mana'o, but not to litigate and arrive at an outcome. So I want to also say mahalo for all of the research you've done, but that is something even myself, I have to read through at a later date.
Right.
In moving forward to a potential solution, I would like to hear from the department eventually when they're ready to, if it's today or another day. What I would like to offer you and your Ohana is I'm willing to sit in. I'm not sure. It's not clear to me what the journey has become for you. It's not clear to me what the department has done on your behalf. I would like to connect those dots. So I'm willing to work with you as well as the department to learn what that has become and to see what is possible and what is not. So that's what I offer you because we're not going to decide this today. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I think we do have to take a look more fully and get advice from our legal as to whether you would fit that provision in our administrative rules that allows us to rescind your lease. But this time, yeah, it's kind of premature. We just got this information. So I would suggest we work with you, and if Commissioner Awol would also like to get involved, that we welcome his participation. But I do, at this point, we really can't take any action. I do know that timing is very important because but I think we do have sufficient time to provide you guidance as well as a solution prior to any kind of awards. We're not going to be awarding Pu'unani leases, for a little while, but we are going to move quickly on it. So we do have to have a resolution of what you're asking pretty quick. So give us some time. We appreciate all that you presented, and we'll take it into consideration, and we will get back to you. And if we need more information, we'll ask you for it, and then we'll figure out a solution.
Okay. I have a question, Chairman. So as far as my permit, it still sits in that process. So do I
You
go
don't want to
through it?
proceed with it, though, do you? You're not wanting to proceed with your building
No,
a house there.
no, my desire is to rescind my lease and get back to my original rank number for the Pu'unani. That's why
I understand.
I didn't know who to do. I mean, I called and they tell me I cannot do this. And so I'm here because how do I get a voice? How do I get a voice done,
Let us take a look at it, and then on the money that you've expended, the 20,000, are you looking to get reimbursed for that by us?
No, it went down for,
Okay.
things that I need to put down payments for. I'm not gonna. I might get some of that back, but not all of it.
So Irene, so I think what I would like to offer as well, and this is up to you. You know, I think what might be important is that in moving forward, that we are at the table together rather than have independent individual discussions. I offer that to you as well. It's up to the family. Because part of managing everybody's good intentions is understanding what everybody's agreeing to collectively rather than separately. So that's what I offer. I leave that up to you. And just give it some thought. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for coming.
Sure. Just one quick one. Wanted to
Yes,
say
okay.
mahalo for the sunflower greens.
Thank you very much for it. Very healthy. Thank you. We need more of that. All of us. Okay, the next person on our J agenda, Butch Ramos.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners.
Morning.
This is my third appearance before this board since December. I actually have been working on this for 20 years now. 20 years ago, there was a project done in back of my house. At the meeting prior to the project, we were told if any improvements are taken away, we would be reimbursed. So I worked with the department. They made me an offer in 2005, and this happened in 2020, 2001. And they offered me a pittance of what it would take to redo what was taken away. At that time, I told them no. So because this is what happens as far as I'm concerned, my belief. They try to wear you down. They'll wear you down or you'll die. And neither has happened. But I did, since 2005, I just gave up. And then when they started this new project 2 years ago, I got letters from the department and I started negotiating with them again and say, hey, what about the money from 2000? And they said, well, where's all the proof of everything? I've given you guys everything. I've worked with Stuart going on 2 years now. Prior to the last meeting in July at Papakolea, I was told that the department was told by the AG's office that let the commission make the decision. At that point, I told them I want to speak to the commission, let you guys know, because something has to be done. Either tell me yeah or tell me no, because I need to do something else. About 2 weeks ago, I got a call from Stuart and he made me an offer, which I really appreciated because basically it was what we had been asking for, except he threw in, we'll give you the money, but this includes this easement they want to put on the side of my property. Now, we've gone over this. You guys screwed up, not anybody over here, but the department screwed up because on the original project, the easement was supposed to be my neighbor's property, Robert Kikawa. But all of his friends, he went to his friends and told them, if you take this easement, I'm not going to be able to build a house I want to build. So you guys told them, no problem. Build a house like you want to build it. And basically, if you can see a U going like this, they needed this so the machines could go like this either way. And, dig out the rubbish, push it out the other side. But now when you told Kekaula, he can build a house that he wants, you had nowhere else to go, because this easement was taken away. So now you only have like an L shape. They came back, Stewart came back to me, or the department came back to me and told me, hey, we need a 20-foot easement for this project, temporary. I says, okay, but before I'm gonna give it to you, we gotta deal with what happened in 2000. And we went back and forth, back and forth. They finally talked to my neighbor and they used an easement on his property. And when I was made the offer 2 weeks ago, Stewart told me, we'll give you the money that we owe you from 20 years ago, but we're gonna take the easement. And I said, that's two separate issues. Let's take care of 2000 and then we'll talk about the easement. But they're trying to extort me by giving me a check, but this is for other things, which I don't want to do. Because I told him, Stewart, have you guys talked to my neighbor and see if he wants to make that, or if he's willing to let you guys use his easement? And he told me no. So, cause I don't want to give up the easement because I'm planning on moving my house to that side of the property and we're gonna subdivide because my lot is large enough and we're gonna subdivide so I give my daughter 1/2 of the property. And I'm not sure if you guys are gonna make the decision or it's gonna go back to the department. But I need you guys to make a decision because I've done everything I can do. I've given you estimates, I've given you the background on this property, and I don't want to go get a lawyer. It's gonna cost me money. And I just want to work with you guys, you know? But you cannot say, we'll give you the money for what we owe you, but we're taking this now. And that's two separate issues. So, you know, I'm rambling, but I'm really sorry. I was so impressed with the finesse of all the speakers before me and the great things they're doing. And here I am grumbling about something happened 20 years ago. But you know, we gotta do this. You know, you guys, like I say, since December, my third time, I flew over from Honolulu, like that lady flew in from Maui. And I don't know what else to say. You know, you guys obviously owe me the money. You've made me 2 offers already over the last 20 years. If you didn't feel you owed me money, you guys would not have made any offers. That's what I believe. So let's please settle that and then we'll talk about the easement. But before you take it from me, go see if my neighbor's willing to do it because he did it this time. Now, the thing is, in 20 years, that easement or the road that was created in back of my house, you know how many times it was cleaned in 20 years? 0. So why are you taking the easement when supposedly this new project, the rocks cannot fall? And secondly, in the past 20 years, you haven't cleaned the property up at all. We have to clean it up ourselves. So again, and now I'm told, no, we got money now to have maintenance done on the property. It's not gonna happen. So, I mean, I'm really sorry if I'm rambling, but you know,
Appreciate your explaining your situation. Because of the potential litigation, and you know that is an option concerning your claims. I'm gonna entertain a motion to go into executive session. Is it? Let's deal with the language together. I'm gonna go into executive. And you know, talk about your case, and we'll come back and.
Do you want me to hang around?
No, you can hang around. The commission will convene and in an executive session pursuant to section 92-5A4 HRS to consult with its attorneys on questions and issues pertaining to the commission's powers, duties, privileges, and immunities and liabilities. Can I get a motion? Is there a
So
second? It's been moved and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carried. So we're gonna talk about your case and then we'll come back.
Are you guys up? Sorry, I just want to let him in the room. A lot going on.
So there would be a Ramos.
Yeah, that's that. That's how Alyssa wrote. You like still Ramos? Okay. Janice?
Mike, ready? Mike.
Okay.
Okay, the commission is reconvening from its executive session. The commission discussed claims relating to the Ramos lease 932 and the lawsuit of Yokoyama versus Hawaiian Homes Commission.
Let's see. Oh, you can leave it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Okay,
Just that again?
we're good now.
Again? Okay, so- Nobody knows. Yeah, Mr. Ramos, can you come up? Yeah, Mr. Ramos, I know you've been before this commission quite a few times and been I guess, a long process for you. And you want, I guess, certainty as well as decision made one way or another. So we want to, I would like to do that also and go with the commission. So we did have, as I mentioned, a executive session with legal counsel. We went over your case pretty thoroughly and looked at the documentation. And based on what was presented to us, we felt that there was basically three areas that need resolution. Okay, the first one is really pertains to the health, safety, and welfare of not only you and your family, but also the 6 homesteaders adjacent or right next to you that also are dealing with the danger, falling boulders, what have you, off the mountainside. So that needs to be addressed. And that's one reason why the department, pursuant to the lease term, is about to withdraw some land, not only from you, but from another lessee in order to better maintain. I know you say, oh, it's only been maintained if anyone once. Well, that's changing. We have a responsibility to make sure that the area is protected, more so the homesteaders. So now we're gonna move forward. We're gonna take steps necessary to withdraw the needed land. I think it's either 10 or 12 feet by 100 feet that provides us this maintenance driveway, so we can do the monitoring as well as the things that need to protect you, your family, as well as other homesteaders. So that pursuant to the lease, we will be moving forward, and that's one item. Okay, so that's with certain we're going to proceed with that. The other item concerning your claim, or and let me also add, pursuant to the lease, it does provide where you are compensated for the withdrawal, and that's based on appraisal. So we're going to look at that. They give you an initial figure, but that we have to verify and make sure we do it in a way where the appraisal is appropriate. You can examine it. You can have it reviewed by your own appraiser, whatever you want. Make sure it's a fair amount. And then whatever that is, we will compensate you for that. Okay. Now, with respect to the damages, apparently you had a truck that was damaged and it's 2001. So I guess you made a claim about 11,000 there. Well, anyway, that is as well as it's the wall. You're making a claim for the removal of that. Okay, after considering all the evidence as well as the guess how long and the claim is, in our view, is subject to questions that were not resolved. So we've made a decision. If you want to pursue those claims, you're free to litigate or take whatever independent steps you want to do. But as to that, we're making a decision. We're not going to pay that. Okay, so that's our response. That's kind of like giving you certainty as to the department's position. Now, there's a third item that I guess in the past there has been concern in the condition of your homestead or your wife's homestead regarding, yes, cars. I think there's something like 10 or 12 cars that are littering your homestead area. So we're gonna have to put you on notice. You need to clean that up. Just for the sake of complying with your lease as well as keeping the neighborhood in clean and orderly condition so that everybody can benefit with a neighborhood that's taken care of collectively. For that, we'll be sending you a notice. Hopefully, we'll give you some time to clean it up. We're also willing to work with you, to work with the county and help you dispose of the cars in a way that's the least expensive to you. If you don't want to do it, that's your call, but we are willing to work with you to try and help you accomplish what we'd like to see with respect to your homestead. I will be sending you a letter, kind of laying out what I just said. And if you have any questions or anything, you're free to either contact me or Stuart, then we'll be glad to answer you. And we'd like to thank you for coming, presenting your case. Maybe it's not really what you wanted to hear, but I think we're giving you a decision.
Yeah, no, that's fine. You know, it is what it is. But let me ask you one simple question. Why did Stuart call me up 2 weeks ago and offer me 54,000 if I would give him the easement also? You know, you guys have this lady over here sitting down, working on the same team as you guys. Now I gotta go out and get me a lawyer. You know, the thing is, the money is owed. The lease is specific. If you take improvements away, you gotta pay for the improvements. That's it. And as far as the cars go, it's sort of, as far as I'm concerned, it's retaliation. But the bottom line is, according to your own rules, if I plan on fixing the cars as a hobby, it's legal. I mean, I've gone through this with your security people, but you know what? It is what it is, okay? Now, I gotta go get me a lawyer. Okay?
It's your choice.
I have no choice. And the thing is, it's not 6 houses that are affected. It's only 3 houses. Because what you guys did, when Kikaula said, I don't wanna give up my land for this easement, you guys said, okay. And on the other end, the judge over there says, you're not taking my land. So it's only myself, Opiao, and Snowbird's house. That's only 3 that are affected. But you know, I appreciate you guys' time. You guys told me 1:30. I changed my reservations. I missed my flight. And now you're telling me, even offering me 54,000 2 weeks ago, now you're telling me we're not giving you anything. I mean,
No, that's not true. We are giving you something. We will compensate you for the land.
what about my wall?
We made a decision on that.
And-
Denying that claim.
Thanks again for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next person, Jermaine Myers. And we do have some flights to catch, so that I think there's 4 of you wanting to testify, so please keep it short and to the point. Thank you. Okay, Jermaine, you're not. Okay, Blossom, you're up.
Hello, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, aloha. So I'll keep it brief. Mr. Chair, I just wanted to 2 things really quickly. Throw my support behind Malama on the holiday. Have been actually doing some great work. They have executed very carefully and deliberately in developing their plan. Uh, and so as they move forward and as item is agendized, I would ask that you seriously consider their request in the issuance of a land disposition for the works that they're about to do. Secondly, Mr. Chair, there's been a concern about some conversation going on regarding your support of rentals. And while I believe that rentals are a good thing for the community, in the deployment of Act 279 and its strategic plan, I would ask that you not consider incorporating any rental type programs in the existing plan simply because it's causing a delay and restructuring of the projects. Our community has vetted that plan very carefully. We support Act 279 mission to reduce the wait list by deploying homestead awards.
Yeah,
I
Blossom,
believe.
we're not using 279 for rentals.
Okay, that's great. And so again, thank you very much. I want to especially thank the department, Stewart at LDD, for moving so aggressively in getting our projects on the ground. And to you, Mr. Chair, for allowing them to have that ability to freely move as they see fit. So thank you very much for the opportunity. I look forward to next month's meeting.
Okay, thank you, Blossom. Next person, Raylene Leake, or like.
Where are we going?
My first time. Am I good? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I think are they still open?
Oh, start my video.
Yeah, so they're open.
Nick, is that you?
Yep.
Got you on. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm gonna give myself 6 minutes. Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay, I put my alarm on. So aloha, Chair Kali. Thank you for this feeling of hope that Hawaiians are feeling right now. For expressing your desires through your words spoken at the recent groundbreaking at Kauluokahai to get the people off the wait list and do it right. Aloha commissioners, Commissioner Awo, our hearts continue to be sore. We will never stop praying for Maui. We see you, Leali'i Homestead. We see you, Uncle Auntie. We see you. Commissioners, mahalo for your history of public and community service as teachers, department heads, parks and recreation, yeah. Overall, good people serving our people to do the best that you can. My name is Raylene Leake, proud and new lessee for Kauluokahai Homestead. In Eva Beach, we call it Kapolei. Secretary of the recent formed Hui, Aha Hui o Kauluokahai. When we write it, we call it AOK. Proud member of the Neighborhood Security Watch, seasoned hunter, sharpshooter, 20 plus years, and official new member this year, Kupuna Club. I like to throw out a couple of construction word terms that I want to speak the language of some of you that have these backgrounds in construction and community leaders. Excavator, backhoe, rebar, RFP. And how about the term target value design? A design that includes subcontractors, designers, probably architects, who design the construction project to meet the owner's goals. In this example, the owner is a lessee, the native Hawaiian, who values his family and community. This is no new news to you. Who shares, helps, celebrates, and who likes to talk story. That's the way we communicate. That's how we vent. That's how we ho'oponopono. That's how we make decisions. Some of the best decisions are made in the backyard. So keep this thought as I segue into why I'm here today. Privacy, security, and safety is our main focus in AOK community. It is written in our bylaws and made officially just this year. The bottom line up front, or the bluff, many of you have heard this term. We are humbly requesting DHHL to build retaining walls in our backyards, which will level the backyard, eliminate the 45-degree slope, which in turn will give back, in some places, 10 to 12 feet of our backyard. The footage and slopes have been validated. Just a quick timeline, 2017 awardees. Hey, you're invited to meet the builders, Gentry, okay? We took a tour in the home. We met with DHHL staff and the builders. Question came up. Hey, what's up with the backyard to Ralph Canijo? He had the mic. He mumbled a couple of words, gave it to Bob Kaiser, who gave it his best, then referred to Darrell Ng, who was standing in the driveway across the street. We were told to ask Darrell at a later time. This is not the appropriate place. So we waited. 2018 to 2019, I scheduled a meeting with Chair Isla, myself, and Darrell. I presented my concerns about the backyard, the steep slope, about how we were losing 10 to 12 feet in some areas in our backyard. It was unusable. We heard there was a bid to build retaining walls for all backyards. This could have been tucked away into our total cost for our homes, and we might have paid maybe just a little bit for our mortgage. Yeah. So back then it was priced at about 10 to 12K per wall. I have a corner, so I have 3 walls. I was told it's gonna cost me $33,000 just to go ahead and build my retaining wall to put my fence on top. Chair's response was, we have no money for the project. To craft a petition, take it to the legislature and present it to them so they can give DHHL more money. And so I did. I followed his direction. I had 22 names on the first petition. We were still building the homes. It was still new. Took it to the legislature. At the end of the session, I followed up with Senator Kati, who actually answered his phone and said, sorry, we need more money. It's only unless you have COVID-related concerns. Okay, fast forward. 2019, we met with DHHL and the nice guy of DHHL. I'm not going to name him. Myself and a Wahine-owned construction company. This is the first time hearing this about the backyard slope from a DHHL nice guy. He said it was a structural engineering mistake. This DHHL employee would later speak the same words in a few other meetings, public meetings. And he wasn't trying to hide it. I mean, we all make mistakes, right? I worked for the Corps of Engineers for 18 years. Plenty of mistakes. Second meeting with Chair Isla, this time with community members that know all of you. Mokihana Kali'i Holokai, the Quindikas, and other community members, about 10 of us. Subsequent to the visit, I had a family member, Dante Carpenter, who had a meeting with Isla that morning to please deliver directly to Isla our petition in an envelope. The envelope was not found. 2020 second petition, we got 77 people to sign, sorry, a little bit more time, to sign the petition. So we had about 100 sign the petition, took it to the legislature. Again, we had Congressman Case in his office come by, look at the backyard. Favela, we asked Gabbard. 2023, this year, we took the petition, knocked on every door, left a petition with almost 100 names. And then we also did a last chance effort with Chair Isla before he left DHHL to please address the backyard and have a chance to fix and make it right. He wrote me an official letter, quote, this will be part of my package I will give to you in November. Again, I told you and the others in your community that the awards are as is, which we know. There are no funds. And again, you could have always deferred. You could always defer, go back on the list. So my plan is to give you a complete package with the photos about what I'm talking about today in November when you're meeting here on Oahu face to face. I'll have photos, explanations and testimony from the community. During this time frame from 2018 to the present, we've had 2 cars drive and crash onto the sidewalk into the backyard. HPD has records of that. They were obviously stolen cars because the drivers ran out of the car and up the street towards Ho'opili. We also had that on our phones. Speeders clocked by HPD every few minutes. We've had 40 plus cars towed, drug deals going on in the neighborhood, prostitution with HPD taking records. So again, safety, security, privacy. What the wall will do for us is bring the safety, security, and privacy. It will build the retaining wall, put the fence on top so that we can enjoy our backyards and have our keikis run around safe. Again, we humbly ask DHHO, the commission, Chair Cully, to please consider building our retaining wall. We have 160 total. Not everybody needs a back wall. We have some self-help still going on right now. We have about 120 homes. A lot of homes have built their backyards already. Okay. So let's try to fix this structural engineering mistake. And so we humbly ask you to consider that. Thank you and mahalo.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, 8 minutes.
The next testifier, Kikoa Inamoto.
Aloha.
Hello.
Mahalo for this opportunity to speak on behalf of the 18-entity Maui Lanai Mokupuni Council and the 7-year-old beneficiary organization Pa'upena Community Development, Inc. I would like to speak on 4 homelands topics: an archaeological survey, a water meter, fire mitigation, and successorship. Of course, the ravaging Lahaina wildfires are front of mind for the nation right now. My own Waiahuli homestead thankfully survived the Olinda and Kula wildfires, but Oma'opio wildfires were clearly visible 10 miles away from our back porches here at Waiahuli, which brings up the subject of a specific needed water meter. Pa'upena Community Development Corporation, or CDC, has a due diligence right of entry, an ROE, to a 127-acre Keokea Waiahuli homelands parcel to be used for farming and ranching related training of beneficiary ohana. And we would like to fervently request that the DHHL Planning Office apply to the County of Maui Department of Water Supply for a water meter so that we can continue to cultivate kalo and livestock on this 127-acre parcel. Our CDC needs water not only for cultivation, but also to mitigate any wildfire on the acreage. Pa'upena also would like DHHL Land Management Division to approve for Pa'upena an ROE to the 4,780-acre Waiahuli Keokea homelands tract below us, so the CDC can plan and implement fire mitigation on the expansive parcel. Concerning the 127 parcel, Aina Archaeology recently presented to Pa'upena's board a draft final report of an archaeological survey required by the State Historic Preservation Division, or SHPD. This archaeological survey unveiled 51 new archaeological sites and features, rendering only 25 of the 127 acres usable for generic ag and pastoral training and cultivation. What is remarkable is that Pa'upena did not anticipate a major archaeological preservation kuleana that involves: 1, adaptive reuse of agricultural terraces, that is replanting kalo, uala, and other native edibles in ancient terraces. 2, archaeology training of makua and opio for SHPD required mapping of archaeological sites. And 3, implementing a DHHL preservation plan that earlier surveys by archaeologists Michael Kobe and Michael Dega had predicated. Consequently, the Pa'upena board passed a resolution to forego any intensive development at the 127, thereby committing our beneficiary organization to unprecedented malama of these sites and features, which are gifts and blessings left to us by our kupuna. Pa'upena embraces this considerable kuleana not only to archaeological preserve the sites and features, but also to serve as a role model for beneficiaries and other beneficiary organizations to Malama, our own trust lands. Finally, I want to express support for Maui waitlister Robin Lehuanani Kelly Inohomoku, who has petitioned the Hawaiian Homes Commission starting last November to name her the successor beneficiary as soon as possible to her late uncle Thomas Kelly Inohomoku. He was on the Waimanalo Oahu residential waitlist. Uncle Thomas was on the waitlist a total of 64 years, from 1958 until Lehuanani submitted at DHHL request his death certificate in 2022. Lehuanani wants DHHL to enforce Hawaii administrative rules governing successorship, rules stipulating public notice and a 6-month period for eligible 50% blood quantum relatives to apply for successorship. So I support Lehuanani in succeeding to a low Waimanalo waitlist number for which her late uncle had applied in 1958. Mahalo nui.
Thank you very much. We have
Mahalo.
come to the end of our agenda. Mahalo for participating with us today. A special mahalo to Kaui and Dennis Neves for providing us and hosting us last night. Next month, the commission is on Hawaii Island. There are 4 meetings scheduled: September 17th at Nalehu Community Center, September 18th and 19th at the Grand Naniloa Hotel, and September 18th, the Keokaha Elementary School. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Do it. 241 minus 5 is 235.